Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able and remove your caps as Miss Lucia Winehandle leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Or say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to racing from Canterbury Park. We're under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast and the turf course listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. Race 1 starts the early pick 4. No changes in the lid lifter. Race 1 is free and clear. There are no changes. Race 2, number 3, Adrian's Balboa. Do note the 3 will race blinkers off. The blinkers are off. Number 3, Adrian's Balboa in race 2. Another pick 4 starts in race number 3. Third race on a firm turf. In fact, the rest of the card, there are no changes. Races 3 through 8 are free and clear. The pick 5 starts tonight in race 4. Fast and firm. Pacific Classic from Del Mar, if you're into the simulcast thing later tonight. And in about 7 minutes out in the Canta Theater in the paddock, Touchdown Tile will present Today at the Races. Our featured guest today, one of the top tip sheet handicappers in North America. Dave's Faves, Superstats, Dave Handelin in the paddock in 7 minutes to take you through the entire card. But up next, we get you ready with everything going on at the park. Into the studio, the Dog Days Handicapping Contest guru, Jeff Madej, and the Countess of Canterbury, Angela Herman.
Well, thank you, Kevin. Here we are in the First Bet studio. I'm Jeff. This is Angela. Welcome, everyone across the country and specifically and especially here at Canterbury Park. It's Canterbury on a Stick night. We got a lot of things to talk about there. But first, we had a pretty exciting night on Thursday. Check this out.
Chasing more Tiger Paw. It's more Tiger Paw from Chances Are. And for jockey Olivia Bethke, she gets her first victory in her home state. It's more Tiger Paw.
So, of course, Olivia is the daughter of trainer Troy Bethke. Troy's been training here at Canterbury since 1985. Olivia.
You're missing some of the best part.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun here. Look at this stuff going on.
Uh-huh.
And that's a tradition with jockeys. Now, it wasn't her first ever win. She started riding
wait.
this year.
There's more.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And then so she won a couple races up in North Dakota at the race park up there, but this was her first local win. And Olivia grew up here at Canterbury Park, so that was really a lot of fun to get that done. And she got more Tiger Paw home straight and strong. So congratulations to Olivia Bethke. Now, Ange, we've got jockeys on a stick today. We've got, if you're one of the first 1,000 people, you got to scratch off on a stick. There's We got lucky on a stick, and then there's also some food.
Whoops.
Food on a stick, too.
Yeah,
So
tell us more.
well, I don't really know what the food is. All I know is
You
that
were
there's
at
a
the
lot of
studio
stuff.
watching it be made.
Well, there's a
What-
K-dog. There's, of course, the traditional hand-dipped corn dogs. Those are always a fan favorite. The one that intrigues me the most, and it's technically on a stick, but it's also in a glass, and that's the Bloody Mary with a skewer that's
Exactly.
is probably tall as a jockey's whip. I would say. And
Okay.
a great Bloody Mary, you can get that at any one of the bars here.
Yes,
But
indeed.
lots of good food here tonight. We're going to
Exact-
celebrate it. It's like a precursor to the State Fair, which begins, I think, on Thursday.
Exactly. And if you're not in Minnesota, if you're watching us from around the country, our state fair is a huge deal around here, and almost anything can be had on a stick at our state fair. So get a little preview of that this weekend. If you're not here tonight and you're watching online, make sure you come and join us tomorrow. Canterbury on a Stick is going all weekend long out here at the park, including tomorrow, which is Sunday, Family Day. And each Sunday we bring out the kids' activities, face painting, pony rides, and of course, a rare opportunity, because out here at Canterbury, you can't meet the horses necessarily unless you go to the backside, but you can join the Junior Jockey Club and you can meet our riders each Sunday. And this Sunday, Sachin Paris is going to take his turn signing autographs, taking pictures, meeting all of his fans, and that's after race 3 tomorrow on Family Day.
It is a fun event, and the kids really seem to have enjoyed it this summer. Now, Sachin, he's an apprentice rider. He's new to Canterbury Park. Really a great kid. It's going to be fun to have him out there. And they have trading cards that you can get signed. I think those trading cards will be on a stick tomorrow, too, for Sachin. So that's another
Perfect.
item
Yeah,
on a stick.
exactly. It's the theme of the weekend. So if you want to come out and meet him, make sure that you get here by the 3rd, because after that, he is going to be out by the winner's circle. We'll introduce him, of course, get the lineup going, get some cards out there, and bring the kids out to meet one of our riders out here at Canterbury Park. Now, carrying on from Sunday, we go a little further in the week to Thursday, because $2 goes a long way out here at the park. It'll get you in the door. It'll get you one of those Bud cans. It'll get you a hot dog. It'll get you a Pepsi. That's a good start, and then we make the money. There's entertainment out there on the apron. There's all kinds of happenings on Thursdays, and more payouts. We're very good this past Thursday, and as the season seems to go on, it seems like our turf races become a little more wide open each time, just because they've been a little bit bigger fields, and the good payouts continue on. $2 Thursday, though, starts out with a deal right when you walk in the door.
Absolutely. It's the best offer, the best bargain in professional sports, right out here at the park every Thursday, and racing starts at 5. A quick look ahead to September 5th, because that's the Minnesota Festival of Champions. Now, horsemen, owners, trainers, don't forget that today is your last chance to nominate to the Minnesota Festival of Champions. So if you haven't done so, get a hold of Mr. Robert Junk. He is our racing secretary. You can find him in the paddock every day before every race. You can talk to him and make sure you get nominated. But that's September 5th. It's 6 races for thoroughbreds. We also have 2 quarter horse races. Those nominations just closed midweek, and that's going to be on Thursday night, September 3rd. But it's a week of great Minnesota bred racing.
And we love Festival Day up here. It's always towards the end of the season, and it's, in essence, our season-end championships. And if you haven't come out here for a Festival Day, you'll kind of see what we mean, because horses that are Minnesota-bred have raced in some exclusive Minnesota-bred races over the summer, but haven't always had the options that they do on Festival Day. There's races short and long distances, there's races on the dirt and on the turf, and that really specializes and caters to some of our best Minnesota-breds. So it's their showcase. It's their time to strut their stuff, and for all the people that are involved in Minnesota racing to celebrate it with hopefully a win in the winner's circle with a Minnesota bred. But that's what Festival Day is all about. We love it up here. We all celebrate what is Minnesota racing and how much we love it, and that's coming on September 5th. But the next day, if you want to be in the future of Minnesota bred racing, your opportunity comes at the yearling sale.
Absolutely. Your chance to buy a racehorse. Now, the catalogs are out. You can find them online at CanterburyPark.com. Just go to the horseman section and take a look at that catalog. But there's 22 hips, I believe, in the sale. You're going to be reading the pedigrees along with Gary Contessa. It's fun. Even if you don't want to buy a horse, doesn't mean you can't go to the sale. It's cool to just check it out and see, like I've gone to auctions and not necessarily ever purchased anything. This is a horse auction. Check it out. It's fun. It's to watch kind of the way things work and just get yourself a cold beverage and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a different sort of thing. Maybe if you've seen auctions of a different variety, you haven't seen a horse auction. It's similar, but it has its own unique appeal, and you do get to see some of the stars of tomorrow go through the sales ring. You never know where they're going to land and what kind of bargain you might get for the next Minnesota Bred Championship or champion. So if you can join us for the sale, that is Sunday, September 6th. And you don't have to be there right away. You know, we got a decent amount of hips. So make sure you try to get there early to get a look at all of the yearlings that are going to be making their way to Canterbury very soon.
All right, let's talk about the trainers and the jockeys, and that means it's the Loeffler leaderboard.
Yes, we have the Loeffler leaderboard, always starting with the trainers because that has been a very close race. You can see Mac Robertson and Jose Silva, again, they're at the top. They're trading jabs up there. And there's been some shakeup down below. I know that you have Lynn Rarick, I believe, on a couple more winners this weekend. And all of these barns can be heard from at any given point. You can see the wins have been spread around, not just with the trainers, but with the riders. We remind you of that because we do have a lot of people on the backside and a lot of riders in that room that win every weekend, and sometimes you can get them at bigger prices than others. Sometimes the leaders don't give you that sort of value. You can find that with solid barns that are going off at good prices, and everybody seems to be getting a piece of the pie, not just with the trainers, but also with the riders race. That one not quite as close in the top, but it's still a very competitive race underneath there, and you see a lot of riders making their way to the winner's circle. We will have the riders up there. There we go. And Manny Americano way ahead of Eddie Gallardo at this point, but you can see these names have been sitting in the second and third for quite a ways, and still some ground to be made up from the back too, and things are going to start to change at this point in our meet because new tracks are opening up. A little bit further south, you see Remington Park and some other places that these horses call home during the winter getting going again. So some of the riders sometimes go with them, and things can change in a hurry in these riders' standings. So do keep an eye on things. But Manny Americano, he made an impression right away, and that's just kept on rolling through our season.
I think he won the very first race of the meet, didn't he?
I think so.
He keeps winning, yeah. So I got Constantino Roman, who is, I think, a red-hot rider right now. I got him winning a couple tonight. Now, speaking of red-hot, you might be a red-hot handicapper. That means you should take part in this $40 feeder that we have every race day. You play it on Express Bet. You can play it on your phone, play it on your tablet, whatever, but you just sign up for Express Bet, which I hope you already have. You enter this tournament. If you win, and you're making live money bets, if you win a $500 entry into the September 19th tournament that qualifies people for the National Horse Players Championship. And I'll just tell you this. I've been watching the contests here the last week. They haven't been filling. We give away this prize through Express Bet. It's a $500 prize, whether there's $500 in entry fees or there's $300 in entry fees. So sometimes it's an overlay. I would jump in. Take a look. It's at Express Bet. It's on your phone. It's an app. Get involved. And if you need past performances, those are free each and every race day. Bristnet.com. You can get them for tonight yet. You can get them for the rest of the weekend too and on into next week. Bristnet.com, go to free PPs, download it, handicap, crush away.
And you're going to need those PPs if you're going to play our races tonight, or that $40 contest, or the 10% takeout pick 5. Why wouldn't you? It's a 50-cent minimum. It's the last 5 winners on the card. It's not just picking one horse in each race. You can use more than one if you'd like. It's just going to affect the cost of your ticket. Mine's a little on the spendy side tonight, but you can see how this works.
Not when it hits for thousands.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I hope somebody plays it. 2 by 4 is 8. By 2 is 16. By 3 is 48. And then you take that times 3 and get 144. Divided by 2, you get 72. I had to double check that in my head for a second. They're 50 cents a piece. So when you have 144 combinations, it costs you $72. This might be a bit pricey for you if you want to put together a couple of friends, maybe put together a ticket, add or subtract from this. It starts in race number 4. And remember, that's a 50-cent minimum ticket, but the 10% takeout is really what makes it worth playing. No other track in the country takes out that little to put the rest back into the payouts for that pick 5. Remember, it starts in race 4 tonight.
If it's chalky tonight, I'm going to have a bad night. And if these have got some prices on it, I think this could be a good ticket because I've got a lot of fair-priced horses winning races. Now, how about the pick 3? And the pick 5 is 5 in a row. The pick 3, just 3 in a row. Sounds simple. What do you got?
Well, and this one uses a race that's not involved in the pick 5, and I thought I might get you on board with this horse because the horse that I'm keying in on here, Deal 'em and Weep, is a shipper from Chicago, but she had worked out at the end of July at Hawthorne, and within a week she was up here in the starting gate at Canterbury. That's a lot for a horse to really interrupt their routine, have to come up to Minnesota, circumstances force, that sort of thing. But I think now that she has been here for a little while, has a little bit of rest to her, has a work in her, and is just a chance to settle in, it looks like a good race for her. And then we'll just use the horses that I had in the pick 5. I thought that this was a little bit more wide open 5th, and then you can just take this out again and multiply it. $8, make it a $2 pick 3. It'll give you a $16 ticket, and it does hinge on Dealem and Wheat, but I think she's going to run a big race tonight. She might be at a fair value. What do you think of this ticket?
Well, I like it, except I don't have the 7 winning the race. But that's because, and I don't have the horse number 4, Alcohol, who I've had multiple times, hasn't won. I've
That's
got
in race 3.
Floribunda. I have the 1 in there, Floribunda, who, you know, it took me 2 years of betting Ramblin' Gamblin' Man for him to win again. Floribunda could be that same
Yes, if
horse.
you saw the gentleman on Ramblin'
Sucked
Gamblin'
on those
Man's hip,
horses.
it should have looked familiar. That is his horse, and that picture better be on your door sooner than later.
We've got a little shake-up tonight. Paul Allen, he took the night off. That means that Kevin Gorg will call the races. You're going to see Angela down in the paddock for every race. And so we've issued a one-day honorary membership to the Steam Team, to Mr. Superstats Dave Handelin. He's going to be joining Kevin Gorg
Always welcome.
in the show. We call it Today at the Races. It's brought to you by Touchdown Tile. It takes place right next to the paddock. That's where the horses will be shortly. You're going to want to get down there right now. Thanks for coming to Canterbury. Remember, everything's on a stick.
Good afternoon. Welcome out to the paddock. This is Touchdown Tiles Today at the Races. I'm Kevin Gorg, normally the one of the track analysts down in the paddock. I'll be upstairs calling the races. Paul Allen on assignment today with the Vikings having a game and a prestigious wedding in town that he's working at. I'm joined by Superstats Dave. Yes, the tip sheet guy. Dave's faves. If Angela is the Countess of Canterbury, maybe you're the Sultan of the Sheets, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin. Thank you for welcoming me to your little hot tub here.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
looking
fun.
Forward to a fun night.
Well, it's Canterbury on a stick all weekend, and you are a part of the fun. Show us the tip sheet on a stick.
So we're not selling these out there, but we've got the tip sheet on a stick up here for people. But yeah, we had to make the best we could out of it. So tip
Yeah.
sheet on a stick. We've got Connor over there selling them. We've got Nick over there. We've got a little Heather who helps me if you come to the track over on that entrance. She's got a treat stand in the front. There's a coupon on here. You show it to her over here in the paddock, and you get 50% 50 cents off a cake pop.
Yeah,
And
50%
she's
off.
got, look at
is
these
a little
cute
different.
little adorable horse cake pops. Look at
Yeah,
that
that's
thing.
a fun little cake pop, little horsey head.
First one to come up here gets this cake pop. Who
Sam
wants to
wants
come
it.
up here?
Sam's just
Sam?
chomping at the bit
Oh.
here. Sam got it.
Sam wins cake pop.
So Jeff Madej, our dear friend upstairs, best in the business in my opinion. That means throughout the country at what he does at building our game and growing horse racing in Minnesota. Dog Days of Summer is his baby. It's the greatest handicapping contest I've ever seen. I've been all over the country. Breeders' Cup this, Kentucky Derby that. The Dog Days is awesome. You're a part of it. Over 100 people are in this thing. It's a $100 entry fee plus a $400 live bankroll that you play with. The top two in this bad boy are going to compete for 7 figures this winter in the national tournament. And how excited are you with Jeff's contest?
I'm excited. I've got 2 entries. It had started off a little bit cool, but as KG and I were up here while Ange and Jeff were talking, $300 to win on the 5 horse at Saratoga.
Nice.
Won by like 3 lengths and even money, but we kind of doubled up there. So
We build that. Yeah, we build
got
on
good things
Saturday,
happening right now.
and then Sunday's moving day. So you just got to put that entry in position and crush on Sunday. Let's talk Canterbury because you've been red hot with some price horses here all summer long. In terms of the contest, and our pool sizes are different than Del Mar and Saratoga. Using the contest specifically, how do you attack Canterbury?
I've been toying with this for the last couple of days since seeing this card and knowing that the contest is out there. Like this, the late pick 5 with the low takeout is probably where I'm going to aim for, at least on a smaller play on it. To me, when we're going over the card, I think it's tough to have a lock on today's card. So like, there might be some chances of spreading. I'm not sure if we're going to see any 20-1s out there winning today, but I think today is one of those days where you might be able to string together a 3-1, 4-1, 5-1s. And they're going to pay probably pretty solid. And that's how I'm going to end up playing the pick 5 is I've got a best bet in the last race. And if I make it to there, I'm hoping to cash for at least 4 figures on that. That's the goal.
Well, let's cap together. Let's start with race 1, Statsy, 7.5 furlongs, firm turf course, maiden race here. Fillies and mares do battle. I've got the race 6-2-3. I kind of felt like the first timer for Valerie Lund would come out firing with Leslie Mowing. How do you see it?
So this is right. We got fillies. This is 2-year-olds. This is the first, I believe,
no mares.
2-turn race.
Yeah.
Right. This is the first 2-turn race for 2-year-olds this year. So this is going to be wide open. The horses, the fillies that have ran, they haven't ran that well late. So I tended to go towards the first timers. I went to Party Pants, number 2. Yeah, there we go.
Somebody liked that pick.
All right, Party Pants. We got a party squad over there. We got a Dave's Fave shirt there. We got Pete Matson right here. Sam got a thing. We're ready to go.
We're going.
We're partying. So no, Rosine trains. Novogratz owns. There's a solid string of works. I didn't have any of the great vibe on this, so I'm going here. I went that one number 1. Then I went your horse number 6 in my second spot. And I went Avos Rose in third. That filly's ran against 2 very nice winners. Stretching out on the turf. I'm willing to give that one a shot here.
Okay.
I think this is a wide open race.
Yeah, you got to spread a little bit in the pick 4 in race 1. Second half of the double. Another tough race, another maiden race. These are for Minnesota breds. Don't forget the yearling sale, September the 6th. You can get involved in horse racing by going to CanterburyPark.com. More on that as the day progresses. And I thought this race, as I looked at it, I went 4-5-1. I've been waiting on Erica Marie. There was some buzz before this horse debuted. Mouse was talking about how this horse was burning up the track of the morning. We're 7-5 here today, so it feels like a really good spot for Erica Marie. How did you see the race?
I'm slightly with you. I'm going 5-4-3 is what we're doing. We're on the double play. So the top pick 5, Mac Robertson. It joins Mac Robertson barn. Made 1 start last year with Miguel Silva. Now joins the Mac barn. Gets Gallardo. Couple works on there that are couple bullets in there.
Fast workouts, yeah.
Fast workouts. I think going to be able to have an outside stalking spot of potentially the 4. And I'm hoping this one is just good enough. This filly's good enough to just run by him down the stretch. Yeah, Erica Marie, that would have been, I think it was alive to a $2,000 pick 4 on that carryover day, on the pick 4 carryover
right.
day. So I was really hoping you home that day, Pete. We were really, broke my heart. Then 3, Adrian's Balboa, speed. What was it? We had the
Blinkers are off. Blinkers come off the 3 here in race number 2. Dave's on the 5. I'm on the 4. I've got the 5 second. I think the 5 is one of the horses to beat. I'm against Adriana's Balboa. I love Tony Rengsdorf. I wouldn't be surprised if the horse won, but Kelsey does get off the 3 to ride the 4. So 4-5-1. And now we move to race 3. I think a really fun race here. 1 mile on the turf, fillies and mares, claimers at the $10,000 level. I saw a race where there was a ton of early speed. I was looking for a closer. That's where I went. Where did you put your pen in the end?
You're going towards the closers. I'm going towards the speedier ones on this. My top pick is Ann Ali, number 5. Then Expressive Love, number 2 with Kelsey. I think Expressive Love, Kelsey is going to send. I will say, wink, wink here. Somebody with that ownership group bought me a cold brew coffee earlier today.
Oh.
So karma-wise, maybe it leans a little bit towards them because they're the only ones who bought me off with anything. But no, I like Anna Lee. I think we're maybe going to get a stalking. Do you think her best races have been when she stalks?
Yeah, she just
gonna
hasn't
be
been
able to
doing a
sit
lot of
off? She just
stalking
hasn't done
lately.
it. So maybe Gallardo this time sits back a little bit and stalks, and that's where I'm going to try to go. Honey Holler is a wild card to me. Like, right, it's ran against a lot better last year, kind of the drop down, and now ends up here.
Ship and dip.
Ship and dip, right? Like, that's where I'm going.
All right, I've got the outside too. I've got the 6-7 as my exacta. I think this Honey Hauler can run a little bit. They run some big-time racing at Horseshoe, Indiana. That's where this horse ships in from. I've seen the movie before with Glenn Wismer. He's a great horseman. When he ships in, he tends to do pretty well here. A guy that used to train here back in the day, and when he comes back now, he seems to bring good horses here. Novogratz likes to win in Minnesota. He's a Minnesota guy. Deal him and weep. I don't love the post, but I love the way Roman's riding. I think that horse could be sitting on a big one. I go 6, 7, 1, and 5. Race 4, Dave. 7 furlongs out of the chute. You know, I love 7 furlong races. I love that Canterbury tries something different. I do think the inside posts have huge advantages, and I think we're both going to land on the inside here. And a horse that doesn't win often, but a trainer we love in Troy Bethke. Why do you like North Arm Bay? Then I'll get into my particulars.
So you said that about the posts. So this is a race. The last time I did this, I had a stat about the outside post positions are completely. They're tough to win from there. Then a horse from post 5 won with a horse from 6 got cashed the exacta. So my numbers were completely wrong. But yeah, post 5 through 7, and granted only number 5 is in here. 3 for 52 this year.
That's tough.
We're wiping the 5 out. Post 1, where we each land, KG, is 10 of 32, 31%. That's the top percentage by post position. So I'm going with the Minbred here, and we're going to try to get it's kind of a paceless race. This is going to be a weirdly run race because I don't know who's going to take the lead here. I think this is probably just the best one in the race. This is also the start of the pick 5. I think there could be who knows what's going to happen here. I'm going to go towards the 1.
I'm with you on the paceless race, and I'm with you on the inside post. And if you go back, and you know, North Arm Bay is 5 for 47, so it's not a horse that is exactly a win machine. But when this horse fires, like he did earlier this season on May the 31st, he was put into the race early. Americano's no dummy. He's going to put this horse into the race. There's not a ton of speed in here. Troy has done a wonderful job. His numbers don't really tell the whole story. And I think he's sitting on a nice 4-1 win here. I go 1, 4, and 3. I do think the 4 is going to be tough. SoCal Red is a really, really nice horse who's taken a suspicious drop, in my opinion. But when Silva drops, he wins. He's trying to stack wins to win a training title, so I respect that drop. And so I'm going to use the 4, even though I like the 1 on all my tickets. All right, we're halfway home on this card. Keep writing those numbers down. We've got the tip sheet guy, Super Stats. I'm Kevin Gorgan. Here comes race number 5 on a firm turf. Pick 4, the late pick 4 starts here. Claimers $10,000. Morning line favorite is the 1 Stradivarian. Super Stats, who do you like?
We went right towards the 1 Stradivarian. I've got Stradivarian first. I've got Arrest number 2 second. And I've got Indy Freedom number 7 in third. I think Stradivarian's going to get a nice stalking trip on this. Quinones has been riding the last 2 times. We got a second and a win. I think this field is very comparable to the last ones that he's been facing. Speed figures fit very nicely amongst this group. I think it's just going to be the best winner. I think it's going to win. Silva, the Arrest number 2.
Bye, John.
So the thing that worries about me is this. So I want to get your thoughts. So Arrest, 3rd start in 24 days. Any concern there with that? That just, granted, Silva claims this one back, and Silva's 35% first off the claim.
I like
last
the
win was
back.
when Silva won.
Yeah,
Silva gets these horses to run better, and he gets this one back into his barn.
So when I handicap, David, I see a trainer that had a horse, lost a horse, and then goes back in to claim the horse back. That's usually a positive sign. I do not like, though, in the middle of August, 3 starts inside of 30 days. I just don't like it. As a handicapper, I want more of a fresh horse this time of year. I think The season can provide a grind. All these barns point to Canterbury, and at some point, the horses don't have their absolute best. Now it's Silva. He's unbelievably good at what he does. And, oh, by the way, Americano sees fit to ride. So probably have to use the two, but I'm with you. I think Stradivarian falls into an awesome, awesome trip. Doesn't need the lead, has enough speed to kind of get into position. I think Indy Freedom, likely the 7 clears off here, and I am going to use that 7 on all my tickets. But I think Stradivarian's the horse here. We're not going to get rich betting 2-1, but I've got the race 1, 7, 4, and 2. Race 6, we're going to stay on that turf. We've got the $15,000 claimers. The girls do battle in this one, and the morning line favorite in lukewarm fashion is the 6, Midnight Joy with Kelsey Haar. Who do you like?
So when I talked earlier about the pick 5 ticket that I'm going to have, I'm probably going to end on one of them. I'm going to spread in this race. I'm very 5-less in this race. I've got the 1 Drama Speaker as my top pick.
Wow, 12-1, dude.
12-1. 1 here last year, 1 for 5 at Canterbury, 2 for 5 in Canterbury turf races in the Exacta. So awful layoff. We're trying to catch a price. I'm trying to do something different here, and I think this is a race where I wouldn't be surprised that I may not win here, but I think there could be potentially a price here. I do see the jockey of my number 2, my second choice, Midnight Joy. Do you see Kelsey Haar here in the crowd? Kelsey on a stick right in front of us.
Oh, there she is.
So
yeah,
Kelsey
Grandpa
right
Clippy
there.
brought Kelsey
Listen
with.
to us. Going to listen to what we're doing. I think that one is going up in class. It's going to be a little work cut out. And at 5-2, jumping up in class, I'm just a little bit leery about that. I'm going to try to beat it. Third pick, beautiful judge, Olivia Bethke. We saw her win
Awesome.
on Thursday. How awesome was that?
That was so much fun. Congrats to Olivia for that. Watching that celebration in the winner's circle after, kid that grew up right here at Canterbury with Troy, and couldn't be happier for her and the family. And beautiful judge. Might be a little camera shy, but if you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta, Dave, you're on a horse that can hit the ticket here at a big number. I'm going to take the cheese with Kelsey. I'm going to join Mouse on this one. I love horses ascending in class. That shows me the connections are confident off a big win last time. The wild card for me is the 4, Maria Rosa de la Cerda. Sneaky, sneaky horse with our top jockey. Do not let that horse hit the trifecta without having that horse in the mix. 8-1 for Troy Bethke. I think the 4 is super sneaky. I end up going all even numbers, 6-4, 8-2 in race 6, which brings us to the late double. Dr. Dan's late double starts on the dirt, a 1-mile race, 5 in the gate. I thought this race was pretty formful. I'm going to see what you have first, though, before I give out my top pick.
So I had number 1 Out of the Dark last
the
time
owner
with the owner
right here.
sitting right in front of us,
boy.
listening, judging,
This guy, I tell you.
ready to critique us if we don't pick
He's
his
got
horse.
the tip sheet in his
Got
hand.
the tip sheet in his hand. He's dressed ready for it to start getting cold. We are ready to go.
Jeez.
Here's the change. So Out of the Dark was gelded before its last race. And then
Better him than me.
Better him. Yeah, and then yes, we have all that in common. So stayed closer to the pace than usually done. Had been leaving himself with way too much work to do. Well, maybe things woke up there a little bit as made the little change to his body. Comes back in 9 days. I think we're going to get a stalking trip, and I think we're just going to repeat that. We're going to rinse, repeat, Out of the Dark, right back to the winner's circle. Out of that same race, my second pick is Cobblestone Bridge. KG, I believe we sat up there in the press box that day as the Cobblestone Bridge it was a trip where he was all over the place and was trying to find some place to run.
Yep.
Finally exploded late, and it was just a little bit too late. So I'm going to go second there. Hit the board in all 5 starts at Canterbury this year, so can't go wrong there. Slip Mahoney, I didn't know what to do with this one. I have it third.
Huge drop.
Huge drop, right? It's
Yeah.
just, what do you,
Mac on the drop, man. I have too much respect for Mac Robertson, and when he drops horses in, I steer clear. I know too well, and he'll sneak one by me here and there, but I'm not taking the cheese there. I really like the 5. I've got Kelsey on multiple wins on this card. I think the 5, Spun Not Stirred, is really in a good spot. Horse got claimed for 15 last time off a good barn. Mike Beeler's horses are always fit. They're sound. They're ready to go. One like a good thing. Now gets tested for class. The waters are deeper. But Kelsey's going to have this horse in a great spot. I think the 2, obviously, Thirsty Vision is one of the prime contenders. I think Pete's horse, Out of the Dark, is absolutely a horse you have to use on the pick 5. I go 5, 1, and 2, but I think Kelsey and that outside post is going to give her some trip options. I've got her winning multiple races today. All right, race 8. We finally come together not only on the same horse, but on the same concept. When you buy a tip sheet from Dave, he's put in hours of work, and when he has a best bet, after working 3, 4, 5 hours on that race card, this is his strongest opinion on the card. For me, I have my power play where I put my reputation out there. We do a video presentation. Our 2 strongest opinions, and we don't talk until we get to the track on race day. We end up with the same horse. So we're going to double dip, and we're both going to bet this horse. It's race 8. It's the 5 Island Bender. Sneaky bad trip, which I will display during our power play. Dave, take us through your best bet of the day in the tip sheet.
It's going to be this. I believe the speed of the race gets to the front. Roman, Joel Burnt. It's going to third start off the layoff, which is a thing we love. Second, third starts off a layoff. Should be fresh. Should be ready to go. Aiming for this. Best bet. We're going to go there. 4-1. I think is juicy. I don't think I'm going to probably get 4-1 based on.
We're not getting
power
4-1.
play.
No way.
Probably going to get 2-1.
Right.
But if this is the one we're going to solo in the pick 5 at the end, we're going to be alive to this, and we're going to hopefully cash some tickets. I love this one. It's a minbred. I don't care that we're facing that. We've got the speed. I think we're the best runner in this race. The second pick I have is number 3, Cowboy Killer.
Oh, yeah.
With Kelsey Haar again. And then Annalene, number 3. I do have one stat on this for the Cowboy Killers.
Oh, yeah.
Post 3, Cowboy Killer. At this distance, and granted, this stats can be kind of fluky at times, 11 for 22, post 3 and 5.5 furlong dirt races.
Now, that's weird.
That's just kind of glancing through and you look for something oddity, and for some reason, the 3 hole in these races just pops.
50% number. That's pretty good. Pretty good right there.
For the Haraholics.
I go 5, 6, and 3 in the last, and we got to talk a little bit of Pacific Classic here because it's one of the big standalone races every summer. And tonight, fans are out here and they're new to simulcasting. The Pacific Classic actually goes off right as our card is kind of wrapping up. It's a Grade 1 race. It's a historic race on the West Coast, and the horse that's going to be favored, Knightsbridge, I got to watch in person last time he ran. It was at Monmouth Park in the middle of July. It was on the undercard for the Haskell. He ran a 122 Beyer speed figure. To put that in perspective, most years the Derby horses are running upper 90s, lower 100s. He ran a 122, and I'm telling you, he will not be below 2-1. There is no steam on this horse. The Pacific Classic, Knightsbridge off a 122 stats. It goes off around 8:45 right as our live racing card wraps up. If we make the people a bunch of money with Island Bender, who do we parlay it into for the Classic?
Are you ready to have some fun here?
Let's have some fun. Finger.
Yeah,
the
Japanese horse Finger in that race.
I love it.
They're shipping here. This is obviously a prep for the Breeders' Cup, and they're making their way into America. They're coming in through California, going to race there to make their way over to Keeneland. Apparently, they've known this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. They've planned on coming here for a while, so this is the plan. The jockey's coming with. They're going to learn how to run here in America. The races in Japan look totally fine. Won some very big races there. I think 8 races total over there in the exacta all 8 times, 4 wins, 4 seconds. So we're going Finger.
Race 10 at Del Mar. You can bet that on all 3 levels at Canterbury. Talk to your tellers. Dave's on Finger. I'm on Hit Show. Neither one of us has taken Knightsbridge. That may be a problem when Knightsbridge opens up 5 around the turn, but we'll see. Bottom line is, it's a beautiful Saturday. It's Canterbury on a stick. Have some fun. Get some cool things that you can eat on a stick. We're warming up for the State Fair, which starts next week. We got the jump on all those folks in St. Paul. Angela Herman and Jeff Madej will take turns out here in the paddock analyzing the races. I'm going to hop up in the booth and call the races with Paul Allen on assignment. For our favorite tip sheet guy in America, Dave's Faves, I'm Kevin Gorg. Have fun at Canterbury Park. Sir Leonard Dykert brings the horses onto the track for the lid lifter on a sultry Saturday night in Shakopee. Canterbury on a stick night starts on a firm turf course with the 2-year-olds. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, $1 pick 3. And don't forget about the 50-cent pick 4 that starts right here in race number 1. Canterbury on a Stick continues here all weekend, and tomorrow is packed with even more fun. You can meet a jockey, enjoy some face painting and pony rides for the kids, plus you can grab food and beverage specials that are right there on a stick. And kickstart your luck with mystery mutuals worth up to $100 when you arrive at the park. We'll see you tomorrow as Canterbury on a Stick continues right here. Race 1, firm turf, 5 minutes. One minute now, 1 minute to race number 1. Canterbury wants to thank their season-long partners, including Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, John Deere, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Comcast Xfinity. We've also got some special groups we want to welcome to Canterbury tonight. You can put your group on track by going to CanterburyPark.com. Federated Insurance, Mike's Heavenly 60th, Cassie and Pat's Party, Ashley May's 40th birthday party, Camp Kiefer, and The League. Also want to say a special welcome to Tom Backer and family joining us here. They put their group on track by going to CanterburyPark.com. Horses are milling around behind the gate. The early pick 4, turf racing, and this beautiful 8-race card, Canterbury on a Stick style, starts in 1 minute now. Don't get shut out. Making their first career start. The other 3 have racing experience. Starts the early pick 4 at the park. Slight delay behind the gate. We're just moments away from this first race. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced for the first time here in race number 1. The 1-horse Shimmering Jade. Shimmering Jade, number 1, is a late scratch. Refunds will be available on all your Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers with the 1. If you keep the horse in your pick 4, that's not a problem. You'll get the off favorite with that part of the ticket. They're going to give you a minute or two here to make your switches, but number 1, Shimmering Jade, a late scratch here in race 1 at Canterbury. The horses are back at the starting gate. Take 2, post time for race 1. Heavy favorite is the 2, Party Pants, debuting for Cody Rosine, the familiar jacket of Joe Novogratz. Currently 4-5 up on the board, debuting under even money. Next in line in the betting, the two horses next door at 4-1, Avos Rose and All in Tiz. 5 traveling 7.5 here. These are the 2-year-old baby girls. 3 of these 5 debuting, 2, 5, and 6 making their first career start. Top jockey Manny Americano loading with the 4, All in Tiz. A little reluctant, getting some help from the assistant starters. Kelsey Haar, Mo's Classy Lady. Wearing the purple and gold. Hooray for Bombay will be the last in line. Enjoy your Saturday night here, Canterbury on a Stick. 8 races. We're almost ready to go. All set now. There in the gate. And the baby girls are off. They all came off to a perfect dispatch. Avos Rose flashing some early speed. The hot favorite, Party Pants, will join that one from the inside. Then we come back to All in Tiz. At the tail of the field is Hooray for Bombay and Mo's Classy Lady as they run by the judges, and the hot favorite, Party Pants, with those pants on fire early, leading it by a length. Avos Rose and Betty Joe content to stalk that one from second. It's a gap of 3 lengths to All in Tiz. Then we come back to Hooray for Bombay. At the tail of the field is Mo's Classy Lady. 23-4, a moderate opening quarter mile, and Eddie G seems happy on Party Pants, but he's got company in the form of Avos Rose. And those two ping pong on the lead as they go up the backside. Hooray for Bombay making an early race move into third. All in Tiz scrapes the paint in fourth. Still nothing from Mo's Classy Lady. 48-4, and Party Pants kicks clear, but a half length at most. Outside comes Hooray for Bombay. Avos Rose is starting to do the moonwalk. Nothing from All in Tiz. Most Classy Lady trying to kick it in from last. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Party Pants trying to take them. Flag fall to That's All, and looking good. Party Pants opens up 4, and Party Pants into the final furlong, leads it by 3. Hooray for Bombay trying to carve into that lead, but the favorite is too good. The party is on. Party Pants all the way. One look, all it took. Unofficially on the board, 2, 5, 6, and 3. 2, 5, 6, and 3. The hot favorite runs to the betting steam. It's official. Party Pants with a little breakage pays $3.80 to win. The Randy Bush Exacta for $1, $6.90. Trifecta, $10.20. 10-cent Super, $2.96. Race 2 will take us right back onto this fast main track. No scratches. Blinkers off of number 3 in race 2 was the only change made available today. Party Pants was working steadily down at Hawthorne Park in Chicago, shipped to Canterbury midsummer. A couple of sharp workouts here, and the well-bred 2-year-old scores at first asking. Let's celebrate the winner here of race number 1. She is number 2. She is Party Pants. Party Pants is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Upstart out of Stupinator, foaled in Kentucky by the owner, Novogratz Racing Stables. The winning trader, Cody Rosine, and the winning jockey, Eduardo Guillardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Party Pants. Race number 2, fast main track, 22 minutes away. And the baby girls are off. They all came off to a perfect dispatch. Avos Rose flashing some early speed. The hot favorite, Party Pants, will join that one from the inside. Then we come back to All In Tiz. At the tail of the field is Hooray for Bombay and Moe's Classy Lady as they run by the judges, and the hot favorite, Party Pants, with those pants on fire early, leading it by a length. Avos Rose and Betty Joe content to stalk that one from second. It's a gap of 3 lengths to All In Tiz. Then we come back to Hooray for Bombay. At the tail of the field is Moe's Classy Lady. 23-4, a moderate opening quarter mile, and Eddie G seems happy on Party Pants, but he's got company in the form of Avos Rose. And those two ping pong on the lead as they go up the backside. Hooray for Bombay making an early race move into third. All In Tiz scrapes the paint in fourth. Still nothing from Moe's Classy Lady. 48-4, and Party Pants kicks clear, but a half length at most. Outside comes Hooray for Bombay. Avos Rose is starting to do the moonwalk. Nothing from All In Tiz. Most Classy Lady trying to kick it in from last. Top of the Canterbury stretch, and Party Pants trying to take them flag fall to That's All, and looking good. Party Pants opens up 4, and Party Pants into the final furlong, leads it by 3. Hooray for Bombay trying to carve into that lead, but the favorite is too good. The party is on. Party Pants all the way. One look, all it took.
The first goes the way of the favorite, and we have some 2-year-olds coming out once again to play, 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. That'd be maidens. They're Minnesota breds in race number 2. 6 furlongs is the distance. I know, that's funny. The one, Wild Glorious, has been working out with a couple of stablemates, and she has not been really keeping up too much at any point. They've just been slow works leading into this. This is her first start. She drew the rail, and there's a lot of gate work showing on the page. They brought her back to the gate repeatedly after some of her other stablemates have started, so wondering if she's not going to need maybe a start or two to get things going in here, but she should be a pretty healthy price. Right now you get 10 to 1 on her. The 2, Cocoa Knight, has some speed, hasn't been able to carry it too far thus far, but they've tried her on a couple of surfaces, dirt, turf, it's gone kind of the same. So Cocoa Knight's going to go back to the main track, and she is going to cut back to 6 furlongs off that 7.5 furlong race. There's a lot of speed drawn to her outside, though. I'm wondering if coming out of that longer race, she's not going to be a little bit outrun early on, but she does have some turf breeding to her. We'll see what her future holds for her, but she should be another good price in this spot, and that price is 5 to 1. Adrian's Balboa, right next door, is making start number 5. She's taken some money in all of her first 4 starts, and thus far, none of them have landed her better than 3rd, but she is getting back to the main track, and she's cutting back in distance again. Kind of fits the pattern of the 2 Coconut, but you're going to have to take a much shorter price, and eventually, I think it will come way down from that 4 to 1. Paris is going to take over the riding duties on her. Adrian's Balboa, it's a little bit of a head scratcher at this point because she has had some confidence behind her and just hasn't been able to carry her speed all the way. Erica Marie is making start number 2. Kelsey Hard was aboard for the first one, but she didn't break all that fast that day. She was coming on at the end of things. I mean, she kept herself in the race, and she just probably needed that one. Promises and Heavenly Destiny dead heated on the top that way. I mean, they pulled away from the rest of the group, but Erica Marie wasn't hopelessly beaten at first asking. She should be much better with that one behind her, and Erica Marie is currently 9 to 5. Outside running, 7 to 5, Caught You Looking. I was hoping to get something a little higher than this, but they like Caught You Looking today. Caught You Looking is going in start number 2, but that first one was back in July 23rd of last year, and it was a muddy track. There's definitely reasons why Caught You Looking may not have had much at first asking. I wanted to get a look at her. Looks like her tail's grown out a little bit in here, but Caught You Looking has been working in her last couple, it looked like, with a $95,000 Keeneland purchase named Fireball Jack, and they have been working very quick in the morning. I mean, it was a good set of horses that went out the last time that she worked. She was among them, and she worked lightning fast. I think Caught You Looking is going to be a whole new filly in start number 2. A lot of people agree, and right now that's why she is your 6 to 5 favorite. 5, 4, 3 for me in race number 2. Pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, supers, win, place, show. There's quite the wagering menu for you to pick from, and 5 ladies are heading out to the track to try to get their very first win. These Minnesota breds will break in about 9 minutes. They're headed to the track now with the call to the post with Lynn Dykert.
There's the call to the post as the horses come out of the track for race number 2. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and that $1 rolling pick 3. Race 2 on that fast main track will commence in 6 minutes. 1 minute warning now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Join us for the state championship of racing with over $350,000 in purses that are up for grabs. We've got a couple of dates for you to circle on your calendar. Thursday, September the 3rd and Saturday, September the 5th for thoroughbreds. It is Festival of Champions for both the 3rd of September and the 5th. Post time is 5 o'clock. Fans, you can elevate your next date night with the Continental Diamond Date Night Package. It happens every Thursday and Saturday. Limited Continental Diamond Date Night packages are available. It includes reserved clubhouse seating with dinner and wine, a trip to the paddock to go behind the scenes where the horses are saddled, and a special trip with a picture in the winner's circle. Get your tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Horses about to get to the gate, link up with the assistant starters. Hot favorite on the outside, number 5, Caught You Looking, even money. Get your bets in now, almost race time. Good look at Boardwalk, kind of adjacent to where these horses are going to load into the starting gate. Fun place to watch the races. You can bet Canterbury there, the special machine that's still on our property. The Boardwalk, outstanding entertainment spot there to take in the races, some live music, some great food. Right now, though, loading in line, it's race time for race number 2. First 2 markers have gone to the inside gates. Number 3, Adrian's Balboa. The blinkers removed for this start. Balking right now just a little bit. The assistant starters doing a nice job of getting that filly loaded in. These are Minnesota breds. Yearling sale, September the 6th. Go to CanterburyPark.com. You can own a part of history here. Maybe try to win a Minnesota Derby or Minnesota Oaks as Adrian's Balboa. Still not sure about that starting gate. Ironically, she's got the most starts in the field. This is career start number 5. Inside horse number 1, Wild Glorious, debuting and standing beautifully. Balboa fighting the idea of going in the gate. Give her a little extra time here to settle in. Now jockey Sachin Paris is off of Adrian's Balboa as they try to get this 3 filly back in the gate. Almost there. She's almost in. All right, they're going to try one more time here. Maybe third time's the charm for number 3, Adrian's Balboa. Great work by our crew out there at the gate. They get her in. Jockey Paris now will join. Fingers crossed we can keep her steady in that gate. It took each and every one of those assistant starters, but they got the job done. Well done. Erica Marie, well fancied at 3-2, and the hot favorite, Caught You Looking, the last 2 horses to load here. Adrian's Balboa still rambunctious in that gate. Erica Marie moves in. Jockey Eduardo Gallardo looks to sweep the double. He's got the favorite, Caught You Looking. 5 in a line. There in the gate. And they're off. Even dispatch again outside. Caught You Looking, flashing speed in between horses. Here comes Erica Marie. Adrian's Balboa, after all that, very settled in and nice here as the race gets going. Will track from third, 3 lengths off the leaders. Then Coconut has 5 to make up. At the tail of the field is Wild Glorious, making her racing debut. She's got 7 lengths to make up. as they bend into that far turn, and the two hot favorites are dueling on the front end. Caught You Looking to the outside, Erica Marie to the inside. They go nose to nose on the front. Adrian's Balboa getting a great trip in third if good enough. Then Coconut, nothing from Wild Glorious. And Caught You Looking at Eddie G now skirt away and lead by a length. Here comes Adrian's Balboa, who'd been sitting there poised to pounce throughout that race. Erica Marie is spinning the wheels, and Coconut's trying to unwind. Top of the Canterbury stretch. Caught You Looking looks sharp right now, and Caught You Looking makes a decisive move and into that final furlong. A couple of pops from Eddie G, and Caught You Looking is looking no more. The winner's circle beckons. Caught You Looking. Impressive indeed. Five, 4, 3, 2. We have a blast off with the one running fifth. Unofficial here in race 2. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hold them all. It's a final. $3.80 for your win ticket on Caught You Looking. 2-5 double cashes. 5-4 exacta, $2.90. 50-cent try, $2.30. 10-cent super, chalk all odds, $1.57. And that double paid $6.60. Nice bath for the toils for Caught You Looking, who was last seen on the racetrack back in July of 2025, so a little over a year. Mac Robertson now in charge. The workouts were fast. The effort tonight on the racetrack even faster. Winning impressively. Those familiar silks. Good-looking Minnesota bred here. And again, that yearling sale, September the 6th. A parade of beautiful Minnesota breds available. Head to CanterburyPark.com for those details. Let's celebrate the winner of race 2. It is number 5, Caught You Looking. Caught You Looking is a 3-year-old bay filly by Known Agenda out of Fabulous Babe. Foaled by Scott Pierce right here in the great state of Minnesota. The winning owners are Hidden Creek Farms. The winning trainer, Mr. Mac Robertson. And the winning jockey, sweeping the double, Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Caught You Looking. Back to that firm turf course for race 3 at the gate in 22. They're off. Even dispatch again outside, caught you looking, flashing speed in between horses. Here comes Erica Marie. Adrian's Balboa, after all that, very settled in and nice here as the race gets going. Will track from third, 3 lengths off the leaders. Then Coconut has 5 to make up. At the tail of the field is Wild Glorious, making her racing debut. She's got 7 lengths to make up as they bend into that far turn, and the 2 hot favorites are dueling on the front end. Caught you looking to the outside, Erica Marie to the inside. They go nose to nose on the front. Adrian's Balboa getting a great trip in third if good enough. Then Coconut, nothing from Wild Glorious. And Caught You Looking at Eddie G now skirt away and lead by a length. Here comes Adrian's Balboa, who'd been sitting there poised to pounce throughout that race. Erica Marie is spinning the wheels and Coconut's trying to unwind. Top of the Canterbury stretch. Caught You Looking looks sharp right now. And Caught You Looking makes a decisive move. And into that final furlong. A couple of pops from Eddie G. And Caught You Looking is looking no more. The winner's circle beckons. Caught You Looking. Impressive indeed.
Well, a very impressive performance off the bench, and we congratulate Team Robertson. And now on to race number 3. We got to get to the turf course for this one. 1 mile, $10,000 claimers. This starts at pick 4, pick 3s, doubles, exactus tries, and 10-cent supers. And boy, I got lucky enough to be joined by Jeff Madej for this paddock. Welcome down here.
Well, thank you. This is a heck of a race, too, because you got a lot of speed, you got some closers. It's going to be a jockey's race, I believe.
Well, I wanted to start with you because you like the rail filly in here, Floribunda. You liked her a little bit last time, too. That was her first try over Canterbury Turf, though. What do you expect second time around?
Well, I think the horse is taking a class drop, right? That's good. 5-year-old mare. She's got some past performances that suggest she could win. The trainer gave me the thumbs up when I mentioned I liked his horse, so that's a positive for me. I just think with all the speed, there's going to be a closer. I took the longer price, 15-1 right now on Floribunda with Yellow aboard.
I didn't see her as being necessarily a closer in this group. I thought the speed was lined up on the inside. You get 15-1 on her, but you get 7-2 on Expressive Love, and this is another horse who likes to go to the front, and that's exactly what she did last time, but she ran into Roseview. A lot of fillies have lost to Roseview during this meet. It's not their fault. She's won a lot this meet, and Expressive Love tried to take them all the way, and she tried to do it on a slow pace. I can't really discredit the ride for that. It's just Expressive Love couldn't finish the drill. And the last time that she did, it was on the dirt at Turf Paradise. So I kind of wonder about this placement because Expressive Love was claimed out of her first start up here in Minnesota, and she's been on the turf ever since. So maybe they're going to move her back to the main track. Angela's Party Girl, kind of the same sort of thing. She's been on the turf now in 3 out of her last 4 starts, but her better record is on the main track. Do you think Angela's Party Girl can take them all the way?
What I think is it might not be your top pick, Angela's Party Girl, but that's the horse you would love to see win. And
That's
why
my
not?
sentimental pick.
Absolutely,
for
but
sure.
I agree. This to me is just another horse with speed in here that's going to set it up for one of the closers. You might be right about my pick. Might be closer to the pace than the horse that you like, but I still think I get a tracking trip, and Angela's Party Girl probably is going to set the pace in here. Now, I don't know about those last 2 races. Did not finish well and takes a class drop to a level we haven't seen in a long time.
Well, we don't like to be told what to do, so maybe they're just going to let her roll today and see if she can be the speed of the speed. Alcohol doesn't have much speed. She's right next door, and Alcohol is a horse you've been quite fond of at this meet. She's going to get a rider change today. She should be coming from off the pace, and she should have something to set it up for her. Do you think she can do a 180 today?
You're right. I like Alcohol, and I've played this horse, I believe, the last 3 times, and really got nothing to show for it. It's like a hangover, right? You bet Alcohol, you get a hangover afterwards. But so I don't know. I have the horse in the mix. It's a horse that will close a little bit, but I can't keep playing this horse and losing.
Okay, fair enough. Anna Lee right next door. More speed from this Minnesota bred. She's not a one-dimensional sort of horse. Anna Lee could probably sit in second or third. It's just that I think her preference is to be up front, and she gets real brave when she's on the front end and she's by herself. Neither of which I think is necessarily going to happen in here, but she's probably going to take a lot of money. My, 3-2 on Anna Lee. Your thoughts?
And no jockey hotter right now than Eddie G. He's won the first 2. He's sitting here for Mac Robertson. A nice claim for $15,000. Looked to win her last time out, just got a little bit short. It's the fastest horse in the race, but it's the fastest horse that needs the lead, and I don't see it happening.
That's fair. And Honey Holler is kind of the wild card in here. We have not seen Honey Holler on our turf course. She's been at Indiana lately. And last time she blew the break, but naturally Honey Holler had shown a little bit more speed. She's lost to a really nice horse 2 times in a row. I don't know. What do you think is a fair number on her? Because I think that 8-1 is more than fair on her.
Yeah, I think you have to get over that layoff and the poor performances that you mentioned there's an excuse for. I do think this horse, though, when you look at the wins, is another one that's going to be forwardly placed. So I need Honey Holler to Honey Hall and hook up with Anna Lee. And then we get to your horse. Tell them about Deal 'em and Weep.
Well, Deal 'em and Weep certainly has some energy for start number 2 out here. You can see her very much on her toes prancing around the walking ring as she heads out to the track. But Deal 'em and Weep, I talked about a little bit when we were talking earlier, was working out at Hawthorne. She put in a workout on the 25th, and then she was in a race up here on August 1st. That's a lot to cram into a week for a mare, and now she's been up here for a while. She has a work over the track. She's managed to settle in, and she did not run bad on August 1st. She just got tired chasing the pace that day. I think much better effort expected from her today, and you'll get 6-1, hopefully, by the time all is said and done.
Horses coming onto the track for tonight's third race. Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and the Middle Pick 4. The Middle Pick 4 starts right here. Stay tuned for the Power Play. It's coming your way next. It's Power Play time. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat for their great sponsorship of this fun endeavor. We try to find a horse we can isolate on. For me, it's the Pick 5. It's a Pick 5 single. It's on the back end of the card most often. The Power Play tonight, we're going to look to shoot and score in race number 8 with the 5, Island Bender. Let's take a look at the particulars. Third time off the layup. That's what these lines signify. Rounding into form. Good numbers at Canterbury. 10 starts, 6 for 10 in the trifecta for this Minnesota bred. Homebred for Suzanne Stables. Love the jockey, Constantino Roman, regular rider. But I want you to pay attention. The racing form gives you a window into what these races look like. I encourage you to watch the replays. CanterburyPark.com, super easy place to do it. Looks like this horse popped out of the gate and was dueling on the front, which is where she likes to be. We're going to watch this race, though, and we're going to watch the start of this race. We're going to take a look at this horse. And in the green hat right there, is she on the lead? She's in last. She's in last right there in the green cap. She's not on the lead where she wants to be. That stutter step really cost her because the pace is fast, and now she has to hustle into that pace. And watch, this is where she wants to be. She wants to be up here, not back here. Racing form didn't tell you that, but the replay certainly did. Now, that 4-1 morning line was a pipe dream. We're likely going to get closer to 5-2. But I believe tonight, if she can handle the start of the race and pop out of that gate like she always does, you can see she's got natural speed. I think Roman's loose, turning for home. I think the Island Bender is going to get us some cash. It's the Power Play Race 8, number 5. Let's go. 1 minute warning now. 1 minute warning to race number 3 with that middle pick 4. Fans, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park is Apple Autos, offering real horsepower and 5 great local spots. Apple, Ford, Shakopee, Apple, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Shakopee as well. Apple, Ford, White Bear Lake, Apple Lincoln over in Apple Valley, and Apple Ford in Apple Valley. Mummies are coming. August the 28th, those mummies will be here. Come see, here come the mummies. Great sight lines, incredible intimate setting, and some sound like you've never seen up close and personal. It's Here Come the Mummies, August the 28th. Tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Approaching the gate now, inside a minute. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race number 3. Alonso Quinones off right now of number 6, Honey Hauler, who's a handful. Jockey Eduardo Gallardo looking to win the first 3 races on the card, and he is heavily favored to do so. 6-5 on Anna Lee. Assistant starters have been put to work tonight at the gate. They're trying to get Honey Hauler loaded, and by golly, they got the gate open. They got her in. Nice. Others are all ambling around professionally. Floribunda inside post. Still 6-5 on Anna Lee. By the way, the only Minnesota bred in the field is that 5, who is favored. Kelsey moves in on Expressive Love in the Rocket Wrench colors. There's the party girl. Angela's moving in. Can't have a party girl without alcohol. She moves in. John Mensilks, Vikings colors, to post number 5 with the favorite. Deal 'em and Weep with Roman will be the last in line. Good luck, everybody. Here comes race number 3. There in the gate. And they're off. But he came away calmly, and in the middle, it's Anna Lee who's going to flash early speed, joined by Angela's Party Girls, content to let that one go off to the lead. Honey Hauler up into 3rd. Then we come back to Expressive Love. Outside of that one comes Deal 'em and Weep. Those front 5 have put 8 on the back markers, Floribunda. And at the tail of the field is Alcohol. Hot favorite, hot jockey, Anna Lee. The Minnesota bred leads it by a neck. Angela's Party Girl is right there in 2nd. Gap of 3. Inside is Expressive Love. Outside is Honey Hauler. 2 more lengths back to Deal 'em and Weep. 6 more back to Floribunda. Still nothing from Alcohol. They went 22-4 through a fast opening quarter mile, and Anna Lee now opens up that lead to a full length. Angela's Party Girl couldn't keep up. Inside comes Expressive Love. Outside is Honey Hauler. Then it's back to Deal 'em and Weep, who's trying to sandwich in between horses. And then Alcohol, and now Floribunda's in last. They went 46-1 to the half mile. And Anna Lee is left alone on the front and cruising now to a 3-length lead. Expressive Love out after that one. The Party Girls spinning the wheels. Nothing from Deal 'em and Weep, and top of the stretch. There goes Anna Lee. Eddie G trying to stay hot. The Minnesota bred means business. And Anna Lee, every pole a winning one. The jockey wins 3. The favorites are 3 for 3. It's all Anna Lee. Five, 2, and 4 have been posted up on the board. 5, 2, and 4 up on the board. Photo to decide the superfecta. Hold them all. Five, 2, 4, and 7. 52, 47. Official. Even money on Anna Lee. $4 to win. Chad Greenway exacta $9.30. Trifecta $17.45. 10-cent super $15.60. The double, 5s were wild, $6.20. Eddie Gallardo has won the first 3 races on the card at Canterbury. He'll ride the 3, Kaylee's brother, upcoming 4th race ahead. Cool down session here for the Minnesota bred who beats Open Company nicely. That's Anna Lee. Nice crowd assembling in the circle as we celebrate this winner. 7th career victory for Anna Lee. 5th career victory on the Canterbury turf. Minnesota bred now with earnings approaching $200,000. Here she comes, the official winner of race number 3. She is number 5. She is Anna Lee. Anna Lee is a 6-year-old dark may or brown mare by Midshipman out of Annie Akeley. Foaled in Minnesota by Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick. The winning owner is Johnny Metz. The winning trainer, Mr. Mac Robertson, with a training double. And winning all 3 of the opening 3 races, jockey Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Anna Lee. Up next, back on a fast main track, race number 4, about 21 minutes away. And they're off. But he came away calmly, and in the middle, it's Anna Lee who's going to flash early speed, joined by Angela's Party Girls, content to let that one go off to the lead. Honey Holler up into third. Then we come back to Expressive Love. Outside of that one comes Deal 'em and Weep. Those front 5 have put 8 on the back markers. Floribunda. And at the tail of the field is Alcohol. Hot favorite, hot jockey, Anna Lee, the Minnesota bred, leads it by a neck. Angela's Party Girl is right there in second. Gap of 3. Inside is Expressive Love. Outside is Honey Holler. 2 more lengths back to Deal 'em and Weep. 6 more back to Floribunda. Still nothing from Alcohol. They went 22-4 through a fast opening quarter mile, and Anna Lee now opens up that lead to a full length. Angela's Party Girl couldn't keep up. Inside comes Expressive Love. Outside is Honey Holler. Then it's back to Deal 'em and Weep, who's trying to sandwich in between horses, and then Alcohol, and now Floribunda is in last. They went 46-1 to the half mile, and Anna Lee is left alone on the front and cruising now to a 3-length lead. Expressive Love out after that one. The Party Girls spinning the wheels. Nothing from Deal 'em and Weep, and top of the stretch. There goes Anna Lee. Eddie G trying to stay hot. The Minnesota bred means business. And Anna Lee, every pole a winning one. The jockey wins 3. The favorites are 3 for 3. It's all Anna Lee.
Annalene gets home, and that's a $7 pick 3 to start us out on the card. Ouch. Now, race number 4, $4,000 claimers. They go 7 furlongs in this group, and it's a group of 5. All of us landed on the inside. I guess Kevin didn't like that. We all like North Arm Bay in here. But I thought he was speed. There isn't a whole bunch stacked up in here, at least his kind of speed, and he does come off a couple of 7 furlong races. Didn't show as much speed, but didn't get out of the gate that well in either one of those. Hoping that the rail and Manny Americano can maybe change the fortunes in that respect. But North Arm Bay is getting bet too. Right now he's 2-1 on the board. Makes a lot of sense with some speed on the inside, but Holiday Fantasy is the opposite. This one doesn't have a ton of speed. He has tried 7 furlongs a couple of times, but last time went to a mile. He was still coming on at the end of things, but the margin wasn't shrinking quite fast enough, and Holiday Fantasy finished 3rd. However, he was making up a little bit more ground that day than he was going 7 furlongs, so kind of wonder about Holiday Fantasy and how much pace he's going to have to run at in here. But you are getting a little more value here with 5-1 on Holiday Fantasy. 8-5 on Kaylee's Brother, and Kaylee's Brother is making only start 2 here. That first one was at 7 furlongs. He got a pretty comfortable post, and he just really didn't make much of it. He sat in the same spot for most of that trip, so they give him a drop in here, and they put Kaylee's Brother on the bottom, and they claimed this horse around that same level when they were in Nebraska, so it makes sense that Kaylee's Brother would probably pick up a little bit of steam on the class drop in here. He is taking a ton of money. You can see it on the board. Currently, your 8-5 favorite. 4-1 on the outside, too. SoCal Red might be the trailer going onto the backside, but SoCal Red has shown some aptitude on our dirt course. He did so at 7 furlongs, 2 back, and this is another one taking a steep drop. They're going to put him at the bottom and see what SoCal Red has to offer in coming from off the pace. I'm sure they were hoping that there was a bit more speed drawn in here, but SoCal Red can still close on some slow fractions. He's done it before, but he's also done it going a little bit longer, too. So we'll see what kind of trick they can work out today if he has to use himself a little bit more early, and the same thing might be the case for Pinky Ring Bling. This one has tried all kinds of things at Canterbury. Going 2 turns on the turf, then going 6 furlongs on our main track. Maybe they found the happy medium with Pinky Ring Bling, sending him 7 and doing so at the same level they raced at last time. He was only a few lengths in arrears of pass line. That one didn't necessarily come back to flatter his form in the most recent run. That was on Thursday. But Pinky Ring Bling has also been in some tougher spots with some stablemates too. So maybe this is the spot that he's cut out for. And he has taken some money. Again, both of the outside markers are at 4-1. I'm going to lean SoCal Red as far as those two, but my top pick is North Arm Bay, and I take this 4th, 1, 4, and 2. It's the start of the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5, as well as pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. The field for the 4th are headed out to the track, 5 of them in total, and they'll tango at 7 furlongs and 9.
Horses are on the track for race number 4 with our featured group, Cassie and Pat's Race to the Big Day. Race 4 takes place at 7 furlongs, offering win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, a $1 pick 3, and the 10% takeout. 50-cent pick 5 where you could win hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. The pick 5, race 4, coming up and coming at you next. 1 minute now, 1 minute warning. Concerts are available here at Canterbury. The next couple concerts take place here later this month, and then into September. Eli Young and Lanco will be here September the 11th. Intimate setting, great sight lines, perfect spot for your sound. Tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Jim Beam, great sponsor of Minnesota racing here at Canterbury. Elegant, smooth, and refined. Get the taste of it. It's a unique flavor at one of Canterbury's bars. Thank you to Jim Beam. Almost time for Cassie and Pat's race to the big day. Under a minute now. Race 4, Canterbury Pick 5, next. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for the 4th. North Arm Bay with the late hit in the wagering, favored at 9-5. Jockey Eduardo Gallardo looking to sweep the first 4 races. He rides the 3, Kaylee's brother. A 5-pack traveling 7 furlongs. SoCal Red and Fuentes move in. Kelsey and Pinky Ring Bling the last in line. Pick 5 time at Canterbury. Good luck, everybody. There in the gate. And they're off. North Arm Bay came out nicely, trying to assume the lead with that inside post position, but SoCal Red wants to join him early on. Kaylee's brother and the hot jockey sitting mid-pack, 3 lengths off the lead. Shading that one is Pinky Ring Bling. At the tail of the field is Holiday Fantasy. The Minnesota-bred North Arm Bay leads it now by a length. SoCal Red tracking that one coyly from second. Gallardo looking for the 4-pack. He is scraping paint in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Pinky Ring Bling in that 2-path, right outside of that horse. And then it's Holiday Fantasy, who's in last, but only 4 lengths from the front. They went 24 flat for the opening quarter mile, and North Arm Bay and SoCal Red are right there on the lead. Kaylee's brother, 3 lengths back. Pinky Ring Bling. No real change in the order. Holiday Fantasy, though, being shaken up and not responding. Holiday Fantasy in last has to do more. 47-2, and North Arm Bay is trying to take them all the way, leading by 3/4 of a length. SoCal Red is next. Inside comes the hot jock, Eduardo Gallardo. Here comes Kaylee's brother, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch with North Arm Bay to catch. Manny Americano, North Arm Bay. They lead by 2. Kaylee's brother inside. Outside is SoCal Red. North Arm Bay all the way. 1, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 3, 4, and 5 up on the board. Back-to-back races where the only Minnesota bred in the field ends up victorious. Off favorites halfway through this card are 4 for 4. It's official. North Arm Bay pays $4.40 to win. 50-cent try paid $12 and a nickel. 10-cent super, $7.20. The double, 5-1, $12 for your $2. Pick 3, 5, 5, and 1, $9.70. That pick 4, given out by our tip sheet guy, Superstats Dave. He's 4 for 4. Also joined us for today at the races. Young man's having a night. Congrats to him. He is a perfect 4 for 4 on the card. If you bought the tip sheet on a stick, you're having a good time tonight at Canterbury. We'll see how that progresses. But he gave out the pick 4 with his top selections, and that does need to be noted here. Dave's Faves pick 4 for 50 cents, returned $13.25. Let's celebrate a winner. There was a claim in the race, a $4,000 claim on number 3, Kaylee's brother, the new trainer and owner, Mr. Troy Bethke. Now we'll celebrate the victorious North Arm Bay in race number 4. He is a dark bay or brown gelding, 7 years old, by Overanalyze out of Promise Me More. Folded, Minnesota here by Almar Farm. Winning owner is Karen Offerman. The winning trainer, Mr. Troy Bethke. And the winning jockey, the top jockey at Canterbury, Manny Americano. The Minnesota bred beats Open Company back-to-back races here at Canterbury Park. On deck, Firm Turf, race 5, post time in 22. They're off. North Arm Bay came out nicely, trying to assume the lead with that inside post position, but SoCal Red wants to join him early on. Kaylee's brother and the hot jockey sitting mid-pack, 3 lengths off the lead. Shading that one is Pinky Ring Bling. At the tail of the field is Holiday Fantasy. The Minnesota bred North Arm Bay leads it now by a length. SoCal Red tracking that one coyly from second. Gallardo looking for the 4-pack. He is scraping paint in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Pinky Ring Bling in that 2-path, right outside of that horse. And then it's Holiday Fantasy, who's in last, but only 4 lengths from the front. They went 24 flat for the opening quarter mile. And North Arm Bay and SoCal Red are right there in the lead. Kaylee's brother, 3 lengths back. Pinky Ring Bling, no real change in the order. Holiday Fantasy, though, being shaken up and not responding. Holiday Fantasy in last has to do more. 47 and 2, and North Arm Bay is trying to take them all the way, leading by 3 parts of a length. SoCal Red is next. Inside comes the hot jock, Eduardo Gallardo. Here comes Kaylee's brother, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch with North Arm Bay to catch. Manny Americano, North Arm Bay, they lead by 2. Kaylee's brother inside. Outside is SoCal Red. North Arm Bay all the way. Last, top of the Canterbury stretch, and Party Pants trying to take them. Flag fall to That's All and looking good. Party Pants opens up 4, and Party Pants into the final furlong, leads it by 3. Hooray for Bombay trying to carve into that lead, but the favorite is too good. The party is on. Party Pants all the way. One look, all it took. Top of the Canterbury stretch, Caught You Looking looks sharp right now, and Caught You Looking makes a decisive move and into that final furlong. A couple of pops from Eddie G, and Caught You Looking is looking no more. The winner's circle beckons. Caught You Looking. Impressive indeed. Nothing from Deal 'em and Weep, and top of the stretch. There goes Anna Lee. Eddie G trying to stay hot. The Minnesota bred means business. And Anna Lee, every pole a winning one. The jockey wins 3. The favorites are 3 for 3. It's all Anna Lee. Of a length. SoCal Red is next. Inside comes the hot jock, Eduardo Gallardo. Here comes Kaylee's brother, and they charge down the Canterbury stretch with North Arm Bay to catch. Manny Americano, North Arm Bay. They lead by 2. Kaylee's brother inside. Outside is SoCal Red. North Arm Bay all the way.
We're back in the paddock, race number 5. I'm joined by Gary Contessa, longtime trainer. We always say longtime trainer, Gary. How long did you train racehorses?
I got my trainer's license the first time in 1984, so 45, almost 45 years.
That's a good run. Now, this is a claiming race. The last race was a claiming race. We saw a horse get claimed out of there. The claiming game is really the backbone of this sport, right? And for those that don't know, a claiming race, every horse that's entered is available to be purchased by another licensed owner or trainer, and that kind of keeps the game going, right? It keeps horses running at the same level, makes the races, in theory, competitive, gives us better betting options.
And that's how we establish the class that they run in. But occasionally somebody will take a shot and somebody will cheat a little bit, and they can get caught.
Right, yeah, you'll try to slip a horse into an easier spot for a cheaper price, hoping that you can slip it by and someone maybe wiser will grab it up. Now, when you're looking and handicapping races, you've got horses going up in class. Like that last race, we had SoCal Red was dropping down to 4,000, did not run extremely well. Is that a red flag when a horse takes a huge class drop?
It is. You really, it's kind of a psychological war that we play out here every day. When a horse drops, you got to think about the trainer that's dropping him, and he's got a pattern. Whether he knows it or not, he's got a pattern. That might be normal for that trainer, but if it's abnormal, it's a very big red flag.
Now, what about a horse jumping up in class? Because we're going to talk through this race. I've got a horse that's taking a big leap in class up. Now, is that maybe just not having, this is a turf race, by the way, and sometimes you have to run for a little higher price on the turf, but when a trainer jumps a horse up, is it just wishful thinking? Do they have something planned? How does that happen? And do you like to look at those kind of horses? And have you ever claimed a horse that was jumping way up in class?
I do. You just got to try and figure out what that trainer's thinking, what he's thinking about. Is he raising that horse in class because the horse is doing so good and you want to jump on it? But there's horses that are dropping in class as well. So you really, like I said, you really got to analyze the claiming if you're going to play in it for sure.
Well, this is a pretty intriguing race, I think. It's a mile. It's on the turf. They're $10,000 claimers. I like to look for horses, one, that are competitive at a mile, have been proven at a mile. I just think milers are, even regardless of the class, milers are milers. So that's kind of where I start. But let's just kind of run through each horse here, starting with this one, Stradivarian. Espinosa is a trainer. Alonso Quinona is aboard. 2-1 on the morning line. Nice stalking running style, and has been on the board in 10 of 15 starts on the turf.
I like him. He's a big, good-looking horse, and he's always in the picture. But this is a step forward for him, a little bit of a step up. But I like him. I got him for second or third in my race today.
You know, another thing I look at is when a horse has been claimed multiple times, it is reclaimed by a trainer that had it previously, and that's the case with number 2, Arrest. Jose Silva Jr. had this horse, lost it back in July, it just claimed it back and runs it right back. I think that's a good sign.
Another incredible looking horse, and I love that sign. I mean, who knows him better than the guy who trained him before, and he had some success with him. So I love that he claimed him back, and he's putting him right back in. I love it.
I've got to think a horse like Hey Moon's going to be a big price here. It's won for its last 23 starts. It's a 6-year-old who's run competitively, but not so much on the turf. Last time was on the dirt, was intended to run on the turf. It came off, ran big on the dirt, now back on the turf. That's going to be a price horse for sure.
That is a price horse, no doubt.
Now, Caught Off Guard, Angela likes this horse, and I just found out that you also like Caught Off Guard. Tell me why.
I like him because, you know, Joe Burnt brought him here, and he ran him 4 times in a row, the entire meet in allowance races. We're getting to the end of the meet. We're getting to the end of turf. He finally drops him. I love the class relief for this horse. So I think, and he's a gorgeous horse. I like everything about this horse coming into this race.
Mac Robertson trains the 5, Rowan August. Eddie G, the hottest jockey right now, is aboard. Never count out Mac. Horse ran brilliantly last time at the $7,500 level. Got out on the engine and won. Closed extremely fast. I think this horse, because of those connections, gets bet, and it is. It's 3-1.
You can never leave Mac out, and the horse is winning, and he's not moving up that much. I mean, he ran a big race.
Sonic Speed takes a little bump up in class. Probably fits this level here. Just really hasn't done much at this meet. That's another one that I'm probably not going to be playing. I think goes off at double-digit odds.
Last week, these two brothers were on fire winning races, so maybe the lightning will keep striking in their favor.
I'm hoping that the 7, with my guy Constantino Roman, is lone speed on Indy Freedom here. I think this horse gets to the front for Tim Padilla, but this is the one I'm talking about. Ran for $4,000 last time out. That was on the dirt. Jumps way up in class. I'm going to take a shot here along with my buddy from Daily Racing Form, Scott Ehlers. Indy Freedom, 9-1.
Last 5 races, hasn't run a bad one. You're not in a bad place.
Got to get loose and got to run away. The pick 4 starts
Amen.
here in race number 5. Best of luck, folks. We'll see you at the windows.
All right, it's a part of Canterbury on a Stick. We're going to play a little game here, little hockey stick relay. Lucky's gift card available for the winners. Our gift shop adjacent to the paddock on that main entryway. Here's how the game is played. The teammates will grab a hockey stick. They'll stick handle the ball through the cones, take a shot on goal. Once they score, they'll sprint back to the starting line, hand that stick off to their teammate who will do the exact same thing. Whoever finishes first wins that gift card to Lucky's. The team closest to the grandstand is Tegan and Quinny. Tegan and Quinny, give us a wave. Hi, Tegan. Hi, Quinny. Pete and Teddy are the ones closest to the turf course. Ready, set, go! And there they go in the hockey stick relay. And look at Tegan and Quinny take the early lead. Oh, they missed the net. Oh, no, they missed the net. Stuff that ball in the net. Stuff that ball in the net. Get back to the thing. Go, 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 go. All right, halfway home. Partners got to finish the deal. Tegan and Quinny have the lead. Pete and Teddy are trying to make a comeback. They've got to weave through those cones. It's very sticky. It's muddy. It's difficult. We almost have a goal. There's a goal. Now run back. Run back, kids. Run back. Here they come. It's going to be close. Photo finish. Judges are ruling Pete and Teddy have won the gift card. Oh, my. Oh, my. That was exciting. Good job, everybody. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time. Post time for the 5th, starting the late pick 4. Stradivarian, Dave's fave selection, trying to go 5 for 5 on the tip sheet, 2-1. Arrest 5-2, second choice. Rowan August. Eduardo Gallardo looking for his 4th, third choice, 3-1. Caught off guard, just moved in line. He's the only Minnesota bred from post 4 with Leslie. Here comes Hey Moon. There goes Rowan August. Some back class with Sonic Speed and the Rocket Wrench jacket. And the speedy Indy Freedom will be the last in line. Almost time for some turf racing. And the late pick 4, good luck. Indy Freedom moving in. There in the gate. And they're off. As expected, Indy Freedom right to the lead. Stradivarian trying to intensify those early fractions. Sneaks through on the inside. Sonic Speed a little closer today. Up into second. In between is Arrest. Shuffled back there was Rowan August. Then it's Caught Off Guard, the Minnesota bred. And at the tail of the field is Hey Moon, who likes to do his best work in the later stages. Indy Freedom clears off to lead it by 3 parts of a length from Sonic Speed. Sonic Speed keeping that one company. Stradivarian in the queue. Coily down there on the rail in third. Shading that one is Manny Americano and Arrest. Gap of 3 back to Rowan August. Then it's Caught Off Guard, and at the back still is Hey Moon. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. They run down the barn side with Indy Freedom trying to slow the tempo on the front end and leads it now by a length and a piece. Sonic Speed still right there poised to pounce. Inside is Stradivarian. Just behind those is Arrest, and now here comes Rowan August starting to unwind within 4 lengths. Caught Off Guard is following that one. Nothing yet from Hey Moon. Indy Freedom still there. Stradivarian now off the rail making a sharp move. Outside comes Arrest, and the complexion changes to the top of the Canterbury stretch they come. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian right there. Outside is Arrest. From the back, Caught Off Guard. Into that final furlong they go. Indy Freedom, so very game inside. Stradivarian is lunging. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian. That was a humdinger. Photo sign up on the board. The bookenders hit the wire in unison. Stradivarian outside. Indy Freedom inside. Photo up on the board. Hold them all. .135.94 up on the board. That's the time of the race. Dave's Faves, our favorite tip sheet, needs the 1 to start the card 5 for 5. No one has ever swept the card at Canterbury. Major league photo with the bookenders. Here it comes. And the winner is? Yep, you guessed it. Number 1, Stradivarian gets up in the shadow of the wire. 1-7-4-2. Hold them all. It is official now and cashable. $5 for your win ticket on Stradivarian. The Tim Young 1-7 exacta $9.50. Trifecta $17.60. 10-cent super, $5.92. Double, ones were wild, paid $9 for your $2 investment. Pick 3, 5-1-1, 3 for 3, paid $12.10. Stradivarian, career win number 6 here tonight. Second time this horse has proved victorious on the Canterbury turf. Dave's faves, 5 for 5. Right back on that beautiful turf course for race number 6. No scratches or jockey changes to report in the 6th. 3 more big races to go on this beautiful Saturday night. Pepsi Family Day tomorrow, another Canterbury on a Stick promotion tomorrow. But let's celebrate the winner of race 5. He is number 1. He is Stradivarian. Stradivarian is a 5-year-old big gelding by Mendelssohn out of Full Swing. Foaled in Kentucky. The winning owner, Sucaron Racing LLC. The winning trainer, Edgar Espinoza. And put a Q around the winning pilot. It's Alonzo Quinones. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Stradivarian. 24 minutes separate us from the next exciting turf race here at Canterbury Park. They're off. As expected, Indy Freedom right to the lead. Stradivarian trying to intensify those early fractions. Sneaks through on the inside. Sonic Speed a little closer today. Up into second. In between his arrest. Shuffled back there was Rowan August. Then it's Caught Off Guard, the Minnesota bred. And at the tail of the field is Hey Moon, who likes to do his best work in the later stages. Indy Freedom clears off to lead it by 3 parts of a length from Sonic Speed. Sonic Speed keeping that one company. Stradivarian in the queue. Coily down there on the rail in third. Shading that one is Manny Americano in arrest. Gap of 3 back to Rowan August. Then it's Caught Off Guard. And at the back still is Hey Moon. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. They run down the barn side with Indy Freedom trying to slow the tempo on the front end and leads it now by a length and a piece. Sonic Speed still right there poised to pounce. Inside is Stradivarian. Just behind those is Arrest, and now here comes Rowan August starting to unwind within 4 lengths. Caught Off Guard is following that one. Nothing yet from Hey Moon. Indy Freedom still there. Stradivarian now off the rail making a sharp move. Outside comes Arrest, and the complexion changes to the top of the Canterbury stretch they come. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian right there. Outside is Arrest. From the back, Caught Off Guard. Into that final furlong they go. Indy Freedom, so very game inside. Stradivarian is lunging. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian. Indy Freedom, Stradivarian.
heart, leading us into a race that was won with a lot of heart. Now we stay on the turf for race number 6. Remember, still a few more to go, and this is a very good event on the 6th race. Saw some prices that I liked in here, but there's some speed on the inside, and the key to my filly winning is probably going to be the one, Drama Speaker. Drama Speaker has shown a little bit of speed lately, but she's more so just fallen into leads with some slow paces. This filly has been more naturally sitting just off the pace, but from the inside, she and Jermaine Bridgemahan might have to make an early decision to go, and that will be crucial to the chances of any other speed in here, because I didn't see a ton of it. So I landed on the 2, Maywood Honor. Maywood Honor is stretching out from turf sprints. She's not going to have to push herself probably as hard as she has recently. You see 44 and 45 is the early half miles for Maywood Honor. She has had to just sizzle along in those sprints. Now she can maybe relax and stretch things out. And keep in mind that last year when she tried going 2 turns on the turf a couple of times, she was in there with other Winchester Place fillies. One of them scratched late and the other one ended up winning. So as long as we give her a pass for a couple of races where she was making pace for stablemates, I think that Maywood Honor is a better filly as a 4-year-old, and she could probably put all the pieces together and relax on the front end if Roman can get her to settle down a little bit with the early fractions. Beautiful Judge has only run a couple of times on the turf, but she ran really well the first time that she touched it. She was behind Mighty Maddie, but she was also behind Blues Cross, the 8-horse in here. That's kind of the only hitch in the giddy-up, because Beautiful Judge closed pretty well that day, fell further behind last time, but Beautiful Judge might find herself in more of a mid-pack sort of role, just the way that she drew towards the inside. Beautiful Judge is taking some money, too. Right now, she's 8-1, and 5-1 is the price that you get on Maria Rosa de la Cerda right next door. Troy Bethke is going to saddle her, and she usually comes from a little bit further out of things than she did last time. Maria Rosa de la Cerda stayed close because it didn't look like there was much pace in that field either, but she has shown good closing kick in the past. Maybe she'll sit a little bit further back. She's 5-1, and she tries to pick up another win tonight for our leading jock, Manny Americano, definitely bouncing around on her toes down here in the walking ring. Cashination right next door is the horse I picked second, but I'm very afraid of her because she's taking a big drop. Alonso Quinones is going to rejoin her. Constantino Roman took the reins last time, but these two teamed up for a few really nice finishes, and they did so against Allowance Company previously. That 6-1 has turned into 8-1. I don't know if that'll stick, but Cashination is one that would benefit from some pace getting hot up front. Didn't see that happening, but if it does, this is definitely a filly that's going to benefit, along with the 6, Midnight Joy. Midnight Joy came from out of things last time, and she was your morning line favorite. She's clicked a little bit up to 7-2, but seeks 2 in a row with Kelsey Haar. They'll bump her back up in price. This filly had to go down a little bit the class ladder. She'll come back up, and she has faced these types before. She runs pretty similar against both. I don't think it'll make too much of a difference with her. It's just a matter if she can tuck in, save a little bit of ground, and have something to run at. All of those are questions that you have to ask yourself at 7-2, but that is the tick up from her morning line. So if you do like her in here, she and Heavenly Tactic might get very similar trips, and they're the favorites right now. 5-2 the price on Heavenly Tactic. No surprise there. Mac Robertson and Eddie Gallardo both going for another win on the night, and it's been a good one so far. And he's never ridden this filly before, but it's only her 5th start. It's only going to be her 2nd one over the grass. She ran very well in the first one in a nice 2nd place effort. And sometimes you can see horses really improve when they make a 2nd run over the grass. It can make a difference for them to get that experience. And she's another one that makes a great impression down in the paddock, looking ready for action for race number 6. On the outside, Blues Cross. She ran 2nd in the aforementioned race, won by Midnight Joy, and prior to that by Mighty Maddie. But she always makes her presence felt in the stretch. Raquel is going to be aboard her today, as Gallardo had ridden her previously, but opts for the filly just to her left. Blues Cross looks pretty straightforward, though. Doesn't have a lot of speed. Got to find a clear way through, probably on the outside, and try to run them all down at 9-1. The board is reflecting what kind of race this is. You got a pretty lukewarm favorite at 5-2 in Heavenly Tactic, and the 8 of them are going to contest the 6th in 8 minutes. On the wagering menu, well, glad that you asked. This is the final pick 3 of the night, daily doubles. Exactus tries, 10-cent supers. It is a really, really good betting race, so better make the most of the next 8 minutes. They're headed to the track for the 6th.
On the track now for race number 6, we offer Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta Daily Double Pick 3. Race 6 starts the final 3 on the dance card. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 6. Heavenly Tactic, the beautiful gray, 2-1, with the jockey looking for his 4th win on the card. Second choice, Midnight Joy with Kelsey Haar. That's the 6 horse, 3-1. Everybody else, long shot prices, 6-1 and above. This could be a juicy late pick 3. Back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. 1 o'clock post. Canterbury on a Stick continues. Face painting, pony rides, all the wonder of it all. Kids race on the track tomorrow at the end of the card. There's that big gray, Heavenly Tactic. Blues Cross, the last in line. One of 3 Minnesota breds here in the gate. More turf racing, here we go. There in the gate. And they're off. Maywood Honor keen to get on with it with those patriotic silks and quickly opens up 3 lengths. Drama Speaker under a snug hold inside in second. Then Maria Rosa de la Cerda, a joint second. Gap of 3 back to Heavenly Tactic. Behind that one comes Midnight Joy. At the tail of the field, Beautiful Judge, Blues Cross, and Cashination. Maywood Honor took a big dip in the wagering, off at 2-1 and leading by 2.5. Maria Rosa de la Cerda and Manny Americano tracking that one coyly from second. Then we come back to Drama Speaker. The tip sheet steamer making a middle race move comes Cashination. Cashination in the queue, hopping right into 4th. Outside is Heavenly Tactic. Then we come back to Midnight Joy. Blues Cross is out of last. Blues Cross is catching the eye. Beautiful Judge now and Olivia Bethke at the back of the pack, but only 5 lengths from front to back. They dawdle through the half mile, 49-3 to the half. Maywood Honor should have something left with that half mile split. Maria Rosa de la Cerda's chasing that one. Drama Speaker dressed up, looking for a place to go. Drama Speaker catching the eye with the Sod Surgeon. Top of the Canterbury stretch they come. And it's Maywood Honor with the lead. Drama Speaker gets the light of day. Can she get there as they charge to that final furlong? Here comes Drama Speaker to take on Maywood Honor. Maywood Honor, Drama Speaker lunging, Drama Speaker winning. The run continues for Dave's Faves. Wow. $126 with a photo for 4th. 137.77 up on the board. Dave's Faves, unofficial right now, but about to go 6 for 6 on the card. Superfecta closed out by the 8 Blues Cross. 1, 2, 6, and 8. The Buckle My Shoe in the exacta. It's official. Upset for the first time tonight after 5 favorites have prevailed. We have an upset. Drama Speaker, $12.80 to win. 50-cent try, paid $52.50. 10-cent super, $46.15. The 1-1 double, $40.40. Pick 3, all ones. The picket fence, 3 for 3, paid $42.20. The pick 4, 5-1-1-1, $52.65. The Matt Boldy 1-2 exacta for $1, $24.40. On deck, fast main track for race 7 to start the late double. See if the tip sheet guy can do the unthinkable. It's never happened. No one has ever run the card at Canterbury. Let's celebrate the winner of race number 6. Her name is Drama Speaker. She's a dark bay or brown 4-year-old filly by Mr. Speaker out of Ms. Excellence, foaled in Kentucky by Pete Matson. The winning owner is Headwaters Racing, LLC. The winning trainer, Bobby Klein. And the winning jockey, Jermaine Bridgemahan, the sod surgeon. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Drama Speaker. 24 minutes to the late daily double. They're off. Maywood Honor keen to get on with it with those patriotic silks and quickly opens up 3 lengths. Drama Speaker under a snug hold inside in second. Then Maria Rosa de la Cerda, a joint second. Gap of 3 back to Heavenly Tactic. Behind that one comes Midnight Joy. At the tail of the field, Beautiful Judge, Blues Cross, and Cashination. Maywood Honor took a big dip in the wagering, off at 2-1 and leading by 2.5. Maria Rosa de la Cerda and Manny Americano tracking that one coyly from second. Then we come back to Drama Speaker. The tip sheet steamer making a middle race move comes Cashination. Cashination in the queue, hopping right into 4th. Outside is Heavenly Tactic. Then we come back to Midnight Joy. Blues Cross is out of last. Blues Cross is catching the eye. Beautiful Judge now and Olivia Bethke at the back of the pack, but only 5 lengths from front to back. They dawdle through the half mile, 49-3 to the half. Maywood Honor should have something left with that half mile split. Maria Rosa de la Cerda's chasing that one. Drama Speaker dressed up, looking for a place to go. Drama Speaker catching the eye with the sod surgeon. Top of the Canterbury stretch they come. And it's Maywood Honor with the lead. Drama Speaker gets the light of day. Can she get there as they charge to that final furlong? Here comes Drama Speaker to take on Maywood Honor. Maywood Honor, Drama Speaker lunging, Drama Speaker winning. The run continues for Dave's Faves. Wow.
Race number 7 up next, going 1 mile on the dirt. Really nice group. It's 5 of them, and they start on the inside with Out of the Dark. This one's going for 2 in a row. I really liked him last time. He got kind of lucky. Another horse in here had to swerve around him in the stretch. Couldn't catch him late, and now he tries to go for 2 in a row at his best distance at his favorite track. I like him a lot, but had to use him underneath. I just didn't think that there was that much pace. But Out of the Dark has proven himself versatile enough to sit just off it last time. 9-2 is turned into 2-1, but you get 5-1 on Thirsty Vision. This one's going for 3 in a row. You see the case of a lot of that in here, and Thirsty Vision tries to do that on a class uptick. He has run 7,500 twice in a row. Americano turns the reins over to Da Silva, 5-1. 7-2 on Cobblestone Bridge. Constantino Roman back in the saddle. This is the one that had a bit of traffic in that aforementioned race won by Out of the Dark. He's been favored in 3 of his last 4. Right now you get him at 7-2. Wouldn't count on that lasting, but your favorite is 8-5, Slip Mahoney. Mac Robertson goes for another win tonight. I didn't have this horse factored in, but everybody likes him. Why not? Mac Robertson and Eddie Gallardo keep the night rolling. Comes off the turf course, gets back to the dirt. This horse had run a little bit better at Oaklawn when he was on that surface. And on the outside, Spun, Not Stirred. Looks for 3 in a row himself. The first one a little bit more impressive than the second one, but both victorious. Both is the favorite. Right now you get him as 5-1, and this is the 3rd time in a row he's going to run for a new barn. Edgar Espinosa took him out of his latest one, and Spun Not Stirred should be in good position throughout on the outside at 5-1. I'm going to take him 5-3-2 for me. Race number 7 coming up in 10 minutes. Doubles, exactas tries, and supers on that wagering menu. The riders will join shortly.
Horses are coming out of the track for tonight's 7th race. Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Dr. Dan's Late Daily Double. Race 7 in 7. 1 minute now. 1 minute to Dr. Dan's late daily double. Fans, don't forget about By the Yard. Your patio deserves more than one good summer. By the Yard makes premium outdoor furniture that lasts. Built in Minnesota and backed by a 35-year warranty. Visit By the Yard showroom just south of Canterbury Park on Highway 169 in Jordan. Wide open in the wagering, Slip Mahoney and Out of the Dark. The 1 and 4 co-favored at 2-1. Inside a minute now, get those bets in. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 7. Still the 1 and 4 battling for favoritism. Slip Mahoney currently 9-5. Dave's Faves, our local tip sheet. 6 for 6 on Out of the Dark here to keep the streak alive. Longest shot on the board is Thirsty Vision has moved in. Cobblestone Bridge with Roman and the 1 horse reared in the gate. Quinones is off of Out of the Dark. Meanwhile, Cobblestone Bridge is in. Q getting back on that 1. The lone Minnesota bred here in race 7. Big Gray is Slip Mahoney. Kelsey's on Spun Not Stirred. Almost ready. There in the gate. And they're off Out of the Dark using that inside post and that natural speed right to the lead. But all 5 bunch up by the judges in between Cobblestone Bridge. Thirsty Vision is there, and that inside post allows Out of the Dark to separate himself from the field, and he leads by half a length. Towards the tail comes Spun Not Stirred, and the Gray Slip Mahoney would have to pass them all from 5 lengths off the pace, which seems to be a little slow to develop on the front end. Out of the Dark and the Q lead it by a neck. Thirsty Vision, the longest shot on the board, is pushing that 1 horse on the front end. Spun Not Stirred inside, shaded by Cobblestone Bridge, looking for a way to go. Slip Mahoney, just 3 lengths to make up. They went 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. And the Minnesota bred Out of the Dark, trying to separate out of the pack, leading by a neck. Thirsty Vision will not let him get away. Cobblestone Bridge is right there, ready to roll. Behind comes Slip Mahoney. Kelsey getting busy on Spun Not Stirred, who's starting to unwind just a touch. 48-3, the complexion starting to change, and Out of the Dark has company, and that company is Thirsty Vision. Thirsty Vision puts the head in front. Outside comes Cobblestone Bridge, and they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cobblestone Bridge is out after that lead. Out of the Dark inside, still trying to be unwavering there, hanging in this race, but Cobblestone Bridge now steps it in and leads it by 3 parts of a length. All kinds of traffic for Slip Mahoney, but no traffic outside for Cobblestone Bridge, who wins. Judges have posted the unofficial winner as number 3, Cobblestone Bridge. Photo sign up on the board for the exotic wagers. Hold them all. Photo signs down. Second goes to number 5, Spun Not Stirred. 3, 5, 2 and 1. 3, 5, 2 and 1. We had a claim out of race 7 that will be announced here shortly, a $12,500 claim. Cobblestone Bridge. Victorious for the first time at Canterbury in 5 tries, never worse than 3rd. It's official. That claim was a $12,500 claim on number 4, Slip Mahoney. The new owner is Kirk Sutherland. The new trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Slip Mahoney claimed for $12,500 in race 7. $760 for the win ticket there on Cobblestone Bridge. The double paid $74. The pick 3, $117.80. The exacta, the Gary Scoop Edwards, 3-5, $10.90. 50-cent try paid $33.50. 10-cent super, $12.31. Time to celebrate a winner here in the 7th race. It's number 3. It's Cobblestone Bridge. Cobblestone Bridge is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Ironicus out of Carriage Trail, foaled in Kentucky. The winning owner is Maria Nova. The winning trainer, Santiago Tranquilino. And the winning jockey is Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious Cobblestone Bridge. The lucky last, race 8 on that fast main track, will commence in 23 minutes. They're off out of the dark using that inside post and that natural speed right to the lead. But all 5 bunch up by the judges in between Cobblestone Bridge. Thirsty Vision is there, and that inside post allows out of the dark to separate himself from the field, and he leads by half a length. Towards the tail comes Spun Not Stirred, and the gray Slip Mahoney would have to pass them all from 5 lengths off the pace, which seems to be a little slow to develop on the front end. Out of the dark and the queue, lead it by a neck. Thirsty Vision, the longest shot on the board, is pushing that one horse on the front end. Spun Not Stirred inside, shaded by Cobblestone Bridge, looking for a way to go. Slip Mahoney, just 3 lengths to make up. They went 24-1 for the opening quarter mile. And the Minnesota bred out of the dark, trying to separate out of the pack, leading by a neck. Thirsty Vision will not let him get away. Cobblestone Bridge is right there, ready to roll. Behind comes Slip Mahoney. Kelsey getting busy on Spun Not Stirred, who's starting to unwind just a touch. 48-3. The complexion starting to change, and Out of the Dark has company, and that company is Thirsty Vision. Thirsty Vision puts the head in front. Outside comes Cobblestone Bridge, and they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cobblestone Bridge is out after that lead. Out of the Dark inside, still trying to be unwavering there, hanging in this race, but Cobblestone Bridge now steps it in and leads it by 3/4 of a length. All kinds of traffic for Slip Mahoney, but no traffic outside for Cobblestone Bridge, who wins. Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman to take you through the lucky last, race number 8. Angela, I looked at this race, and, you know, there are races where horses just jump off the page. For me, it was the 5 Island Bender. It sure feels like I'm not alone. This horse was 4-1 morning line, opened up at even money. It's bet down in all the exotic wagers. I wasn't expecting this low a price, but you went a different direction. One of the horses I also thought would be in the mix, that's the 3 Cowboy Killer. In general, your overview of the 8th race.
I think that Mouse gave me a little bit of encouragement in thinking that Cowboy Killer is coming up to this race in great order. Went to check on her at the barn recently. Yeah, I think she's doing very well, and I just thought that she could sit just off the pace. I think I saw more pace than you did in here, so let's just take a look at it, because I thought that Lucky Nia, maybe Allison Road, although I don't think she can keep up with Island Bender, and Annaline all probably would go keep her company on the front end. That's what led me to Cowboy Killer, but Allison Road might get a pretty similar trip to her, I think. She just broke her maiden. You know, she draws the rail for this. She was a little further outside for that, but she has to go an extra half furlong. Shouldn't be problematic considering her 6 furlong races here. It's just a matter of what tactic they take with her. What do you think with Allison Road?
I think she'll be close. I certainly don't think she'll be far behind, especially from that post. And every move that Eddie G's making tonight seems to be working out. Now, you can see in the running lines that Cowboy Killer and Julia Street have beaten her. And she came back and beat a softer group of maidens on a big class drop last time. But certainly one of the ones. Lucky Nia, to me, I don't know what to make of this horse because she's got some speed. She does hang around sometimes, but I just the flow of the race doesn't encourage me for the 2. I'm having a hard time finding a case to be made on paper for Lucky Nia.
Yeah, she obviously was very popular this winter down at Turf Paradise. You can see over and over again.
Yeah.
They dipped in for her at the claim box, and she was showing speed in those better races down there. And frankly, in the turf race up here, but none of them have led to her in front at the finish in quite a while, not since March to be precise. So Lucky Nia, I think, would need to find either a new gear, a new style, or somehow clear Island Bender, neither one of them seeming too likely. She is 7-1, so at least you have that going as opposed to 5-2 on Cowboy Killer. I don't think it's going to get too much better than that. She frankly, I mean, she surprised me a little bit too back. Just not the fact that she won, but the fact that she blew them away that day. I thought it might be some sort of battle down the stretch. But they tried her with the Allowance Company, didn't work out, so they're going to give her every chance to get her second win at a track that she obviously likes. And I think 5.5, probably not too bad for her. It's just whether or not she finds a clear path to try to get up in time. Now, Annaline was very, very interesting for me because Americano's going to be on her. She's going back to a level where she had previously shown some speed. I think he hits the gas. What do you think she does with her?
Yeah, Americano's pretty aggressive, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's out there near the front. She did go 22-1 last time, but she was off that pace. When she's been on the lead, I see 23, I see 46-3, and frankly, I think that if she wants to go, she's going to have to deal with Island Bender, who I believe is significantly faster. Last time out, Island Bender did not get out of the gate, had to hustle into a fast pace where they went 21-3 and 44-4. If those pace numbers are correct, she's the fastest horse on paper for me early, but I do think you're right. There are other speed horses that are going to keep pushing her along, which leads me to believe that either the 3 or the 6 could pick up the pieces. And I'm telling you, the 6 is sneaky at that price. That is way too big a price on Julia Street.
I agree with that. And the only qualm I have with Island Bender, I mean, I used her underneath. It's just 5.5 instead of 5. It always seems to be that last half furlong that is the test for Island Bender. We'll see how far clear she can get by that point. And you mentioned Julia Street on the outside, who's taking a different route to her second win. They tried the turf, they tried long, so they're going to go back to square one. She won sprinting a while ago. There was quite a gap between that maiden win and the last time that we saw her, but she is also in here with another Martinez entrant. You have to think that Julia Street is feeling a lot better and should make a better account of herself tonight, like you mentioned, at 10-1.
Wow.
Nice price.
Great price on that horse. Good luck in the last. Family Day tomorrow. You're going to want to come out 1 o'clock. Weather looks great. Canterbury on a Stick does continue, and we'll have all kinds of fun activities for the kiddos. There's the handicappers, top to bottom, at the gate in 8. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Inside a minute now. Inside a minute to race number 8. Canterbury on a Stick continues all weekend, and tomorrow is packed with even more fun. You can meet a jockey, enjoy face painting and pony rides for the kids, grab food and beverage specials on a stick, and kickstart your luck tomorrow with the Mystery Mutuals on a stick when you arrive. Those Mystery Mutuals could be worth up to $100. We'll see you tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. Right now, almost ready for the lucky last. The horses are at the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time for race 8. Island Bender 7-5. Cowboy Killer moving in now 2-1. They're battling for favoritism here. Island Bender, penultimate horse to be loaded. And Julia Street will be the last in line. Good luck, everybody. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast beginning for Island Bender, and Island Bender jets off to the early lead. A pack of 3 chasing that one, led by Analine and Lucky Nia in the horse sandwiches Cowboy Killer. Gap of 3 back to Allison Road. At the tail of the field is the late running Julia Street. And Island Bender hammered down to 2-5 in the wagering is off by 4. Island Bender by 4. Lucky Nia to the inside. Now Cowboy Killer senses the warning call, and Kelsey's starting to carve into that lead. Analine is chasing in vain, and now Allison Road is starting to unwind. They went quick, 22-1 for the opening quarter, and Island Bender still leads by 3. Cowboy Killer is out after that one. Allison Road is closing as they get set to charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Island Bender and Constantino Roman are leading and leading well. Island Bender. Flag fall. That's all. Island Bender easy. Wins by 5. Cowboy Killer second. Allison Road rounds out that trifecta. .5314. Finishing time was 105.54. Hold them all. It's official and cashable. Jockey Constantino Roman sweeps the late double. Island Bender off at 2-5. Some late steam. 280 to win. Superfecta, chalk all odds, $1.91. Double, $14.40. Pick 3, $75.20. Pick 4, $104.75. And the pick 5, $331.70. Island Bender had the troubled trip last time. Pops out of the gate and dominates in the 8th. Let's celebrate the winner. She's Island Bender. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Barbados out of Karen's Idol, foaled in Minnesota by the owners, Suzanne Stables. They get the double. Winning trainers, Mr. Joel Burnt, and the winning jockey with the late double, Constantino Roman. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Island Bender. This concludes live racing for the night here at Canterbury Park. Do note that the casino on the main level, the card room, is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with air conditioning and food and beverage service right at your table. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, all the good stuff down there on the main level. Simulcast still available, including races from Del Mar. And we're back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day, Day 2 of Canterbury on a Stick. First post, 1 o'clock. When you do leave, drive home safe. We'll see you tomorrow right out here at the park. They're off. Fast beginning for Island Bender, and Island Bender jets off to the early lead. A pack of 3 chasing that one, led by Analine and Lucky Nia in the horse sandwiches Cowboy Killer. Gap of 3 back to Allison Road. At the tail of the field is the late running Julia Street. And Island Bender hammered down to 2-5 in the wagering is off by 4. Island Bender by 4. Lucky Nia to the inside. Now, Cowboy Killer senses the warning call, and Kelsey's starting to carve into that lead. Analine is chasing in vain, and now Allison Road is starting to unwind. They went quick, 22-1 for the opening quarter, and Island Bender still leads by 3. Cowboy Killer is out after that one. Allison Road is closing as they get set to charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Island Bender and Constantino Roman are leading and leading well. Island Bender. Flag fall. That's all. Island Bender easy. Wins by 5. Cowboy Killer second. Allison Road rounds out that trifecta.